Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? In a moment, from 10 a.m., BioKorea INVEST Fair 2021 will begin. So this event will be held in compliance with the government's guidelines for preventing infectious diseases in response to COVID-19. Guests are requested to observe social distancing and make sure to wear a mask. And this event will be broadcast live not only on site but also online. You can also download the company briefing presentation material files and refer to event information through the official website as well. And you can watch both Korean English page as you want through official website. And simultaneous English Korean interpretation will be provided for today's event. Please note that channel 1 is for Korean and channel 2 is for English. And also, please leave the interpretation receiver when you leave. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to BioKorea INVEST Fair 2021. I am Sonyoung Park and I'll be the MC also for today's event. And first of all, I'd like to express my sincere gratitude for taking your time out of your busy schedules, online and offline, on behalf of the hosting institute. And today, at the BioKorea INVEST Fair 2021, the pharmaceutical, biomedical device, and healthcare companies which are seeking to advance into the global biohealth market gather together to talk about their own superior technology and visions. You can participate in the event watching both Korean page and the English page as you want through the official website. And also simultaneous interpretation, English and Korean interpretation will be provided for today's event. So please note that channel 1 is for Korean, channel 2 is for English. So we are very grateful to all the guests and speakers who have been endeavoring together at the site even in difficult times. So hope you have a fruitful day through this Invest Fair. Unfortunately, this forum is broadcast live through the official website as we are unable to invite many participants in order to prevent the infectious diseases of COVID-19 virus. And at the site, domestic speakers, hosts, and managing institutes and partner organizations are participating while observing the social distancing and mask wearing according to the guidelines for preventing infectious diseases. So we are now begin the first session from now on. So in session 6, there will be a presentation by Brandon Bomseok-seo, MD, CEO of Lunit, with a topic of a global business strategy in the medical AI industry. So now we have a Bomseok-seo on the stage. Please welcome him with a round of applause.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your introduction. It's a great pleasure and honor to be speaking at this wonderful event. Today, I would like to talk to you about global business development strategies in the medical AI industry based on our experience as a startup company. So before we start, I'd like to first introduce you about Lunit and what Lunit is about. So we are a startup company based in Seoul, Korea, with a mission to conquer cancer through artificial intelligence. We were founded in 2013. We're based in Seoul, Korea, but we also have active operations in US, Europe, and China. Through our AI technology, what we're trying to do is enable more effective diagnosis of cancer and more effective treatment by analyzing various medical AI data, such as imaging data like chest X-ray, mammography, and other data such as digital pathology. Our high-end technology, deep learning technology, has been recognized to be world-leading in various competitions. We're recognized by the World Economic Forum and CB Insights. And through our first line of products, we have successfully commercialized in various countries, over 30 countries, and we have over 250 paying customers, which is hospitals throughout the world. We're partnering with very major medical device companies such as GE, Philips, and Fuji, which has been our main strategy to commercialize globally. So I would like to first start off with a basic market introduction of the market that we're part in. So we're part in, I guess, in a high-end, high-level perspective, we're part of the medical device industry. And the medical device industry is dominated by major players such as companies that you've heard of, like Medtronic, Philips, GE, Siemens are the major players. There are many sectors, cardiology, in vitro diagnostics, and diagnostic imaging is one of the major sectors of this market. The medical imaging sector is a rapidly growing sector, mainly based on chronic diseases driving more imaging And within that industry, you can see the types of imaging that's done, like chest X-ray or X-ray, MRI, ultrasound, CT. And you can see how the X-ray part is the largest and fastest growing. The global market scenario is dominated by North America and Europe, but the Asia Pacific market is the fastest growing market. And here the key point is really about who our customer is. And that's really the key question that we ask ourselves. So who is our main customer? And in this sector, our main customer is hospitals and diagnostic imaging centers, which cover more than 90% of the market. So it's mainly a B2B business rather than a B2C business. So it's really focused on targeting the hospitals. The major needs in medical imaging industry are mainly two things. One is there's a very rapidly increasing number of images that's taken throughout the world, but there's an imbalance between the growing number of images and the number of experts who interpret those images. So there's a large gap between those growth. So obviously there's an increase in demand for efficiency. And also the second part is accuracy. There's an inherent limitation in terms of accuracy of these images that needs to be improved for better patient care. And AI, like in many other industries, has been used to address these market needs, whether it be the accuracy need or efficiency. There's been a lot of investment that has been done on this industry. So I'm thinking like thousands of startups throughout the world through investments from VCs, etc. And that has started around like 6-7 years ago. And now a lot of these companies have successfully developed clinical applications based on AI that have been regulatory approved and that have been started being used in the actual clinical practice. So there's a big transition in terms of these AI products becoming now clinically available in the market. And we're really seeing the initial phase of that transition from research to commercialization. So the healthcare AI market. So a lot of AI companies developing their own products. So this itself can be regarded as an industry. And the healthcare AI market is actually growing really fast. Annual growth rate of over 50% and expected to grow over 40 billion in terms of the market size. And you can see in the right the sectors of what different types of AI products are used for different sectors. And here, medical imaging and diagnostics is among the major sectors, and it's actually the fastest growing sector of this industry, which we are part of. So that was a brief introduction of the market. I'd like to go ahead to the next main section of my presentation where I'll be talking to you about our first-hand experience trying to commercialize in a global scale and in the medical imaging AI industry, and what I think are the key strategies of successfully commercializing from a global scale. I think there's four main factors that we can categorize. One is sales, so global sales. How do we sell from a global perspective? And product. How should we develop the product that addresses the various different settings from a global perspective? And as a healthcare product or company, clinical validation is important. And how do we do that from a global scale? And as a healthcare industry, part of the healthcare industry, it's important to address and understand the regional healthcare policies or government-driven projects that take a large portion of business development, and especially in underdeveloped and developing countries. So starting with sales, so we are a startup company based in Korea. We are a tech-based company, and there's a lot of companies like us who are based on tech, who do not have much of an established sales channel. So there are mainly two ways of going at it. So one is direct. So direct sales would be having our own sales team, or having distributors that directly sell our products exclusively or non-exclusively. And then there's the indirect sales way where we have licensing deals with major partners or major device vendors that sell our products or AI products combined with their device products as a whole, as a package. And in that process would be distributing our AI solution through their channels. And naturally, because of the scale, it's unrealistic for companies like us, a tech-based company, to really do direct sales and from a global scale. So we have identified that would be our key strategy from the beginning, and we have focused on establishing key partnerships with these medical device vendors as our major distributor, major partner. But we also do combine that with some of our own direct sales to boost that effort. So we do not depend only on the sales through our medical device vendors, but we do have our own local sales team in major key countries like Mexico, Brazil, Europe, and we're expanding more and more. But it has really mainly been focused on establishing that partnership with the major vendors. So we have been successful in establishing key partnerships with GE Healthcare, Philips, and Fuji, and others. And we're expanding our partnerships in our efforts to expand our reach of the market. Our partners cover around 50% of the global market share of the X-ray business and PACS business, and perhaps a little less, but growing for the mammography market. And the advantages of sales through these partnerships, I think, can be summarized into 4 key reasons. One, the obvious part, distribution through already established sales channel. So we do not have to establish that sales channel throughout the world. They already have that sales channel. That's what they're good. They've been doing it for 20, 30, 40 years. So by leveraging their already established sales channel, we can get access to that sales channel and scale out our business throughout the world. There's another factor is credibility. So in hospitals, when they purchase products, credibility, branding is a very important aspect when they decide on which product to purchase. And as a startup company in Korea, it's difficult for us to have good visibility in every country. So in Korea, a lot of hospitals or a lot of doctors, professors recognize our name. But if you go beyond that, it becomes difficult. So by going through these partnerships and having our products in the quotation of our partners that already have that relationship and already have that branding, it raises our branding of our products. From an exclusivity or distributorship perspective, these partners select only a few selected partners for these kind of partnerships. So, for example, for our chest X-ray business with GE or Fuji, we are the only ones that supply AI products specific for chest X-ray. The legal relationship is non-exclusive, so we are also partnering with Philips and others. But there's a practical exclusivity going on in terms of the actual business. So the vast majority of our competitors do not have access to these established distribution channel, which really gives us a major advantage in terms of the commercialization efforts. And the 4th reason is also a very important reason where sales to hospitals is mainly through pre-allocated budget. So when hospitals purchase a product, it's not that they already have a budget that they can flexibly use when they purchase products. It's usually an annual-based budget that's pre-allocated. So it's really difficult to enter as a new product, like in the middle of the year. But hospitals regularly allocate some of their budget to upgrading their devices, of purchasing new devices. And when we enter the hospitals through these kind of purchase process, it becomes much easier to actually have our AI sold to this hospital. And the most common example that I make is when you buy a car, you have a speaker as an option. And so when you buy a car and you want a good speaker, you can actually you can make the option of purchasing one. So when you actually buy the car, you actually think about what speaker do I want? But then once you buy the car, it becomes difficult for anyone to sell you a speaker to your car. So that's a very good analogy. So going through these partnerships really gives us advantage in terms of opening the wallet of our customers. So a lot of people ask us what was our strategy in terms of winning over these key partnerships. There are two main reasons. One is we have consistently proven that our AI products are the best through various diligences, and we also have publicly available peer-reviewed journals that have validated that our products are best in class. And the second part is the academic credibility is also a very important aspect that these vendors look for, because it makes them easier to sell our products with their products. So these kind of academic credibility is something that the customers look for, and because we have that, it's one of the reasons why we're successful in winning over these partnerships. So these are some photos of actual use of how our AI is integrated directly into the products of our partners. You can see how the X-ray machines have embedded AI products that the customers can use. So this is how it looks like with Fuji and GE. Yeah. And the second strategy is really for product development, and this is really a specific factors for AI. And we make sure, even from a product development perspective, for training the AI on making the AI consistent to the race or the country or the actual device. There are many devices. There's devices of Hologic, there's devices of GE or Siemens. So we make sure that when we train our algorithm, that our algorithm works in a very general way, that the performance level is maintained in all these various settings. And the workflow integration is also very important. As we're dealing with various vendors, we're dealing with various sites throughout the world that have different systems, different platforms in the hospital, the IT system, where the software will be integrated into. It's important to have our software very flexible, that can be integrated into all these various settings. And this is something that we had a lot of trouble in the early days, like maybe 2 years ago, where we had our product, it's good, and they know, but when we enter a specific hospital, the IT system is very unique, very different from what we have experienced. So we would build that, customize that. And once we actually went through that cycle, maybe a year or more, our products were more kind of generally applicable to various workflow that in various settings in the world. And the regulatory approval is also a very important aspect for any healthcare business, and there's no exception for the medical imaging part. And timely regulatory approvals. And we are approved currently in 38 countries. We're expanding that rapidly, and it takes a lot of effort. And I think this is something that there is no shortcut, really. You just have to do it. You have to prioritize which countries are most important for you in the beginning. We targeted Europe, and also Southeast Asia was also another area that we targeted. And we also went commercial from countries that did not require strict regulatory approval. For example, like Mexico is a good country where the regulatory burden is not as high. So we start with those countries, and then we move on to more of the major countries and so on. Clinical validation is I think it's a universally an important aspect for business development in healthcare and also in medical imaging. And we've done a lot of research in validating our the clinical value proposition of our product in the clinical setting. But we've done that in many regions. It's not just in Korea, not just in the US, but also in Europe and in other various countries. So we really make sure that our clinical validations are also from a local perspective that are accepted by the local customers. There are many healthcare policies that we need to take into account when we go into every country. The payer, the provider, and the patient relationship is very unique in many countries, although there are many common aspects that we look for. And we really make sure that we understand each region in terms of these policies. Reimbursement is also a very important aspect that we need to take into account. And the United States has been the country with, I think they've been most active in reimbursing AI products. So we already have successful cases that are being reimbursed in the United States, and I expect the number to be growing very fast. And for example, in Europe, mammography reading is done by double reading. So two radiologists need to read mammography, and it's mandated by the government. So the strategy, it becomes different. The value proposition becomes different. So we went forward, and we are clinically validating how AI can replace the second reader rather than the reader itself, as a double reading is done in Europe. Government-driven projects is also a very important aspect, especially in underdeveloped countries. And for example, WHO is a good example of where we have done a lot of research 3 years from even 3 years ago, and we have successfully been included in the WHO guideline to be a good option for TB screening by chest X-ray. And we have to understand how this works. So the UN funds these governments, local governments, and these local governments fund the healthcare ecosystem, and that's where we would get the fund. So we would need to understand how this works, and this is very unique for each setting, whether it be disease specific or whether it be cancer screening specific, etc. This is also very important. So I'll end my presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your presentation. So we'd like to also, one more time, the CEO Brandon Bomsokso thank for his presentation, and I'd like to invite him again onto the stage for discussion session. And also I'd like to invite Young-tae Park, CEO of My Genome Box. So now we have two panelists on the stage. So when you're ready, you may proceed with the discussion.
Good to see you. So let's begin the discussion session of session 6. So I'm Seok, CEO of Lunit, and here this gentleman is Park Young-tae, CEO of My Genome Box. So any opinions or thoughts after listening to my presentation?
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'm here as a panelist for Medical AI Industry's Global Business Strategies. My name is Young-tae Park. It is my great honor and pleasure to be here to listen to the presentation and many different speakers' speeches. I truly thank the host for inviting me here. Medical industry. Now, Lunit is showcasing the status of Korean medical industry around the world, and it is my great opportunity to be able to learn about what Lunit has been doing, and AI could be fused into overcoming some of the rare diseases that we haven't treated successfully so far. So now I'm going to move on to asking questions. After your presentation, there were some questions that popped in my head about business. As I was preparing this, I did my own personal research on Lunit, and I found that you are using AI to detect cancer, and then you also develop a software for cancer treatment as well, not just detection, and you're the leader in this industry. So because of these strengths and advantages, GE Healthcare or Philips or other medical devices have made great partnerships with your company. But then my question is, as you are partnering with global companies, and because you communicate with doctors, which are basically higher level people in the society, I think there could be some risks that you have to hedge because you Lunit is going to be serviced on devices. So, for example, MRI devices. Then you might maybe be able to rely on certain software vendors. Then how are you going to, resolve this dependency?
So in terms of partnership, I cannot provide the details, but there's revenue here. So at each hospital, they when they purchase our goods, medical device, then they GE or partners that they will get a fee and the annual sales. We are putting efforts to maintain a similar level of sales. But if we were ever to do direct sales without partnering with those companies, then our sales operating team putting efforts to do that directly with all the each individual respective countries, then it'll cost a lot of operation costs and marketing costs. So in terms of costs, if we do direct sales, of course the margin would be higher. However, we have to redirect that cost and do marketing and operations, so there is risk. So um, in terms of business, I personally think that this partnership is a mandatory cost. And through this partnership, I think thanks to the extended volume, so that of course is the most strongest strategy, I would say.
Thank you very much for your answer. Now let's move on to the second question. This is also a question related to business. Let's say I cannot screen in the first round, and then let's say doctors also miss something in the second round. So who has the responsibility? Do you think you are responsible for the missing?
Well, to answer your question, when we manufacture a product, and if in order to make it widely used in the medical market, then we need authorization. Then we have to prove to for what purposes this can be used and what kind of risks this may have. And so far, for this AI, we are included in the second leader category, which means that say if specialist consultants in this field or that field, when they use this medical device to read and interpret the result, then our device is just a supporting part. It takes an aiding part, so that's it. So in the legal perspective, we are supporting medical device, so the legal responsibility does not come to us. So, but of course, we do have concerns when this medical device is used, and from customers' perspective, they may worry. There may be some missing points. If they heavily depend on this medical device, they may miss some factors. So, because of that, what we think is really important is that we go through various clinical trials and we make sure that this is safe. And when we conducted some tests, and it turned out to be safe, and making sure was number one priority. And of course, there are risks, but in fact, the risk is not that big. So making them understand this was really important. And when we listened to customers, and there weren't many people who showed that kind of concern. They said, "Oh, this accuracy is good enough." And for 10 years and 20 years, since there is a medical doctor who has a decade or 2 decades of experience, they can provide opinion, and they are satisfied with the accuracy. So if the accuracy is high, then that means risk is low, so they do not actually feel risk. So if a medical device had low accuracy, then that means higher risk. So we developed this medical device with high accuracy, and that is really important.
Yeah, so my next question is related to your answer just now because you have to trust the decision of AI and then there should be evidence and justification of that judgment. And you said that process is very important, especially medical or autonomous driving or something that is related to human life would be an area where we need to be very careful. And of course, AI technology itself is important, but more than that, accumulated data and many different parameters, something related to scope and time, have to be working as a prominent element for the decision. And to increase this accuracy and safety, what kind of efforts are you putting in, and what is your differentiator?
So it is really important in terms of data categorization, and that is the key. I personally think. Of course, AI technology itself is really important, but how we are going to collect data samples and how you're going to um, combine that, analyze it, and how you're going to use it is really important. So we want to collect data from various sources. So if rather than getting massive data from only one source, rather getting various data samples from various sources is more even better. So nowadays, there are a lot of regulatory measures that are kind of lowering their burden. So, in accordance with the regulatory measures in the United States, and since there is no regulatory issues, so we can feel free to collect samples. And in Korea, of course, there is a guideline. However, it is not legally binding, so it is only a guideline. So there is this vague gray zone. So that kind of opens a room for some challenge. So in terms of legal standards, we thoroughly go over those issues. So and nowadays the borderlines are getting thicker and thicker. So if we are not um, like we don't have any attention to just route the legal standards, but actually there is no clear legal standards, so that is the problem. And this may differ depending on different medical devices, and this is really important in terms of AI and proving its validity in terms of clinical characteristics and how we properly deal with these clinical issues is also really important. And I personally think there is nothing that much that we should worry about. It's really similar with other sectors as well. And I personally think that first mover effect is really important in this industry. For example, say, of course, in the healthcare industry, it is almost the same. When a customer uses a medical device and if they are satisfied with, they don't tend to get a new device or another company's device. So I think this first mover strategy is really important. And so if we increase satisfactory level, so, but for those late followers, we should do this strategy.
Okay, then let's talk about the AI life cycle. When it comes to the operational plan, I have a question. As you said, data has to be fed continuously, and when you secure the data, you have to label them as well. There has to be some tasks for a data labeling. And for this area, what kind of a plan do you have as your company?
Getting labeling and annotation, we have been enhancing our platform for that, and like you said, it costs a lot. So if AI has a certain level of learning already, then there may be some data that AI may be confused, and we get that part of data. And if there is some clear thing that we don't get that source, so that kind of development is going under our source, and we our goal is to keep getting data from our customers. So the data used by customers, if there is a way we can keep getting data samples, then that will create a virtuous cycle, right? The more data we have, even more data we will have, and continuously, this AI will improve itself, and that itself will enhance our competency. So that part we will keep our efforts on.
Now I have the final question. There is other cancers, not just breast cancer or lung cancer. I believe that you're going to fuse AI into other cancer treatment or detection as well. So, do you have any final goal as a company? What is the scope for your scalability?
The approach a startup company has and big companies' approach may be different. And startup strength is that they can focus on one thing. So for us, from the very early beginning, we kept working on this focus field, and we focused on cancer diagnosis and treatment. So I think we will keep concentrating on that. So in terms of diagnostics, we began with lung cancer, and then we are thinking of expanding to other kinds of cancers as well. And in some short years, we are currently not thinking of expanding to other fields because there are a lot of choices, and I think this is a thing for the market. And within the market, if there is some relevant devices, then we will keep developing our AI. Thank you. That is it for my question, and thank you for your answers. Thank you for your participation. Thank you. We will end this session. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So they have shared their insights on global business strategies of medical AI industry in terms of the strategies that each company pursues. Next, there will be a presentation by Brandon Bomsok So, MD and CEO of Lunit. Seems like the CEO, Brandon Bomsok So, is today very busy contributing to this first session. Thank you very much for your cooperation. And now I'd like to introduce Brandon Bomsok So, the CEO of Lunit, once again to you for this company presentation. Please welcome him with a round of applause.
Thank you very much. So yeah, I've been talking about our company for the last 40 minutes, but I will, I guess, do a more detailed introduction about our company. So our mission is to conquer cancer through AI, and we're doing two things: cancer diagnostics and cancer treatment. And so the question we first asked is why cancer? So why focus on cancer? So cancer is one of the major diseases that is threatening human society. The incidence rate has been growing, and it's one of the leading cause of deaths throughout the world. And in Korea, it is the number one cause of death by far. So it's obviously a very important disease that need to be solved. And we also believe that AI is there's a good fit between cancer and AI because cancer is a very, very complex disease. So you think about lung cancer, you think about breast cancer. So it's a very general term, but if you look into the details, it actually involves like thousands, maybe 10,000 or even more different types of cancer. So it makes it very difficult to diagnose. It makes it difficult to treat. And AI is, I guess, at this point, is the state-of-the-art technology to analyze complex data. So there's a very good fit between applying AI to solving cancer's complexity. So two reasons why we chose cancer. One is a very important, a major disease that need to be solved. And two, there's a good fit between AI and cancer. So there's two ways to conquer cancer. One is to enable more effective treatment or enable more effective diagnosis and screening. So if you diagnose cancer at an earlier stage, I think this is common knowledge that it's treatable and the survival rate is much higher. So a stage 3 lung cancer, the survival rate, 5-year survival rate is around 20 or even less. Stage 1 lung cancer is as high as 80%. So depending on the stage, there's a big difference in terms of the outcome. So it's very important to enable more effective screening and diagnosis, and we're trying to do that with AI. The treatment side, there's a lot of research done. My number that I have in mind is like around 200 billion that's spent every year on cancer research. And the response rate for chemotherapy for advanced cancer is less than 25%. So the treatment has not been too effective. So we're trying to do that with AI, enable that with AI. So with the cancer screening part, we have two main products right now that is commercial. We have others that is in development, but we have two products that are commercial. One is for chest X-ray, and another one is for mammography. So these two imaging tests are the basic for lung cancer screening and breast cancer screening. And they're also two of the most commonly used imaging tests throughout the world. So that's why we focused on this area as our first target. And here below is some of our clinical results from our clinical studies. So you can see how our AI has been demonstrated to be much significantly more better performing than the radiologist. And most importantly, when the radiologists use our AI as a second reader, their performance level is significantly increased. So these kind of studies have proven that the AI is valuable and it can actually give a lot of value for clinical outcome. So this is a case that I want to talk about. So it's a X-ray of a male age 54 who was diagnosed with stage 3 cancer in 2016. This patient actually visited the same hospital starting from 2013, like every year. But before 2016, he was diagnosed to be normal. So there was cancer, but it was actually missed. This is because the nodule was too small to be looked or detected in the X-ray. It was not a mistake by the doctor. It was just because it was just too small to be seen in the X-ray. So when we applied this with our AI, you can see how the AI detected this lung cancer even 3 years before it was diagnosed. Because it is so good it's very sensitive to even detecting very small lesions that are hardly visible through the human eye. So if this patient would have used AI, this patient would have been diagnosed with lung cancer 3 years earlier, and that would have been the difference between cure and no cure. So this is the kind of impact that we're trying to bring to healthcare. So 7 out of 10, top 10 university hospitals are using our products in actual clinical practice in Korea. And we are scaling that out globally through our major partnerships with the vendors. And we are trying to become the new global standard of care for chest and breast imaging as a must-have product for high-quality healthcare. And through these partnerships and other efforts, we are scaling out our commercialization efforts as fast as possible. Moving on to the second part that we do, cancer treatment. For this area, it's a little different from the diagnostic side. The problem here is that because cancer is so complex and there's so many different subtypes of cancer, there is no one drug that can cure like every cancer patient because cancer patients are all different. So identifying which patients respond to which specific treatment is key, because if you do it on a general approach, for example, a drug will be only effective less than 10%. But if we enrich the patients and we narrow down the patients that have response to a specific treatment, then the treatment response becomes higher than 50%. So a personalized approach to cancer treatment is very important. So understanding and matching which patient would respond to which specific treatment is key. And because that involves complex medical data, that's where we're applying our AI to identify which patients would respond to which specific treatment. this is one area that we're focusing on, which is digital pathology. It's this tissue data that has a lot of information that is relevant to immunotherapy. So it's like, the analogy is like analyzing cars in the satellite map of Seoul. So you can understand how complex that data would be, and that no human expert will be able to analyze such complex data, such vast data. And that's where the AI is coming in. So we're applying our AI to analyze these kind of complex data, to identify patterns that are predictive of treatment. And according to some of our studies that we conducted, the predictive value is actually very high compared to other. So PD-L1 is the current biomarker that is used for deciding whether a patient would receive immunotherapy or not. And if we add our AI, we can identify 50% more patients who would respond well to immunotherapy. So there's a lot of significant value for patient care. And obviously, this leads to collaboration with biopharma company, because biopharma companies are the ones that are developing the drugs, and we're the company that's developing the biomarker that needs to be paired specific to the drugs. And according to some of our studies that we have conducted in the phase 1 clinical trials, you can see how the accuracy level is very high. So here in the below is a graph of our clinical phase 1 trial that we have conducted with a small biopharma company in Korea. You can see how the Luniscope predicted who would respond like 100%. So although the number was too small, so we can't make a definitive conclusion whether it's 100%, we can see how the AI is very effective in identifying which patients respond to the drug or not. So because of the successful results of this clinical trial, phase 1, we're moving on to phase 2, where the trial itself will be designed based on AI, and the AI results would be the inclusion criteria on who would receive this treatment, and we would analyze whether this drug would be effective or not in that perspective. So the pharma company would benefit from using the biomarker, because the overall response of the drug would be high, and that would lead to higher chances of getting this drug approved. So there's a win-win situation between the drug company and the biomarker company, which is us. So these are the kind of activities that we are trying to move forward with and scale out. The advantage from our perspective is that the AI can be scaled out. So it doesn't have to be one specific biology that we focus. We can focus on specific cells or different cells, and we can scale out and apply this in various sectors of cancer treatment. So our vision is to apply our AI in the entire diagnostic and treatment spectrum of cancer care, whether it be personalized screening, whether it be precision diagnostics, personalized therapy, or precision monitoring that's very relevant for cancer care. So that'll be all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Once again, we'd like to thank CEO Bom-seok Seo. Again, his detailed introduction activities about Lunit has done. And also, it was a presentation about Lunit, who is aiming to make data-driven medicine the new standard of care with AI. All right, then it seems like we need to move on to the next company presentation. So next, there will be a presentation by Sophie Lee, Deputy CEO of Huino. So she's on the stage now. Please welcome her with a big hand.
네, 안녕하세요. 만나뵙게 돼서 반갑습니다. 휴이노
Good to see you,
이승아입니다.
ladies and gentlemen. I
Hello
am Sophie
everyone,
Lee from
this is Sophie
Huino.
Lee, Deputy CEO of Huino. Today, let me walk you through the problems we are trying to solve along with our products and technologies. Huino is a digital healthcare platform with wearable biosensors and AI-based analytics in order to help medical professionals in their diagnosis and monitoring of the patients. We need to monitor heart rhythm to detect arrhythmia, which is irregular heartbeats. Detecting arrhythmia is important because it may result in an ischemic stroke or sudden death. Stroke is the number 2 cause of death globally, and 6 million die annually by stroke. 87% of strokes are ischemic strokes, given irregular heart rhythms increase the risk of blood clots, interrupting blood flow in the major arteries. Therefore, monitoring heart rhythms is important in many cases, including post-surgery or post-AMI patients, patients with symptoms, and asymptomatic yet high-risk patients. Existing solutions help the patients in many ways, but they also have limitations. Holter monitors that are used the most are heavily wired with a bulky device, and they work only for 24 to 48 hours. An event recorder is good to use when you have clear symptoms, but it cannot monitor your heart rhythms continuously, and you need to find a private place to take off your shirt and place it on your chest. An implantable loop recorder is continuous with alerts, yet it is invasive and costly. Long-term continuous monitoring is important because arrhythmia is intermittent, that it may occur just once a week or even less frequently, yet it can be serious. If we look into the details of Holter monitoring process in Korea, it can take approximately 4 to 5 months to get the final diagnosis, mainly because Holter monitors are mostly available only in big hospitals. There, we asked 2 major questions. First, what if we can conveniently be diagnosed in primary cares in the neighborhood? Second, what if we can access long-term remote monitoring in a non-invasive way? Based on those questions, Hyuno is redefining the way arrhythmia is diagnosed. Our wearable biosensors are easy to wear for continuous long-term monitoring, as well as for symptom-oriented intermittent long-term monitoring. We have our proprietary AI-based analytics, which enables faster yet more accurate analysis of tremendous amount of data. We believe operational issues are also critical, and we help improve the clinical decision-making process with user-friendly interface with actionable tools. As previously mentioned, long-term continuous monitoring is really important, and there's a JAMA study comparing a patch-type device against the Holter monitors. As you can see in the page, the detection rates go up by as much as 12 times after 7 to 15 days of monitoring. Our innovative electrocardiogram monitoring solution starts with our proprietary edge computing technologies that actively detect arrhythmia at the device level and give an alert. Normal versus abnormal binary classification is then sent to our cloud, where we perform detailed classification of the arrhythmia types. A detailed report is sent to the physicians in no time, and they can also navigate the raw data in our web-based software in order to make a timely intervention, be it a phone call, an SMS message, or an ambulatory care. Our innovation creates value for everyone in the medical circle. For patients, we help prevent a stroke thanks to the early detection of arrhythmia and also provide better medical access because our solution is easy to wear and supports remote monitoring. For the medical professionals, we provide an active patient management solution that enables active and timely intervention. And our AI algorithm helps reduce time spent for analysis in a clinical decision-making. For the provider, in the case of Korea, it is National Medical Insurance. We help save medical costs and boost population health, aim at early detection and timely intervention. Our biosignal records, coupled with diagnosis, pave ways to make medical big data as well. Currently, Arrhythmia market is globally 2.6 billion and 100 million in Korea, given accessibility is limited. We believe there's more to be found with our solution for the early detection and diagnosis. Apart from the cardiology area, we also believe a preemptive and active care is required in the areas of regular medical checkups, employee health management programs, and active monitoring in the military. We are building our innovation stack and broadening out product portfolio. We are pioneering the remote monitoring biosensors market, paving ways for regulatory clearance. We also pave ways for real-time, long-term monitoring based on devices with longer battery life and cloud-based AI analytics. We have commercial level of AI software with clinical level of detection rate and continue to build clinical evidences against the current gold standards. We now have watch type and patch type devices, and we are in the process of adding other form factors, including a band type device. We are leading the innovation starting from Korea. We are the first KFD approved as wearable ECG biosensors, and also the first insurance covered in Korea. We also provide Korea's first clinical evidence as the first regulatory sandbox company in the ICT sector. We closely work with top-notch hospitals in Korea, including Seoul National University Hospital, to improve our algorithm. So far, we have 23 patents registered or pending in Korea and the USA. With all those together, we are looking to enter into the Korean market from the second half of this year. Traditional rule-based algorithm has its limitations that it underperforms cardiologists by far, and the NEJM declared all computer-based arrhythmia readings should be reviewed and overread by trained cardiologists back in the 90s. Then, why the traditional rule-based algorithm is less than 70% correct, and trained cardiologists are wrong in 1 out of 4 readings. First, 24 hours of heart rhythms amount to 30 megabytes or 3,000 pieces of A4 paper. Second, the ECG signals are asymmetric, that only 1% is abnormal. In the flood of 99 normal sinus rhythm, you can easily miss one abnormal beat. And this is where AI can outperform the rule-based algorithm. Our deep neural network filters out all the normal sinus rhythms first, and then classifies arrhythmia by different types. This two-step approach helps higher accuracy as compared to single classifier approach. We also compared our algorithm to that of Stanford Medicine, and we found that our ratings are 1 to 2 percentage points more accurate, that we are neck to neck with the market leader. We also boost our explainable AI, where cardiologists can visually check where and why AI detected arrhythmia so that we can better communicate with the cardiologist and assure them. We performed Korea's first remote monitoring clinical trial last year and proved to the market that our wearable solution improves the diagnosis rate by 87%. This means that long-term monitoring is really key, and market really needs something new that can support a long-term monitoring solution with better diagnostic yield. On top of that, we could also figure out how our algorithm worked well in the clinical setting to help the physicians to make a decision. In the mid to longer term, Hyuno aims to become the leader of the digital healthcare ecosystem. Hyuno continues to add products with various biosensors and broaden the types of diseases it can monitor until our families, friends, and neighbors worldwide can lead a healthy living. Thank you for your time and attention. 감사합니다.
Thank you very much, Deputy CEO Sophie Lee. So we could look into the footsteps Hyuno has been through. And then also, Huino makes it easier and more efficient for hospitals and medical staff to examine and treat patients with heart diseases with AI examination services based on cloud. Next, there will be a presentation by Jin Hong Jeon, PhD, CEO of JS. So I'd like to invite him onto the stage. Right, let me introduce him once again. I'd like to introduce Jin Hong Jeon, the CEO of JS. Please welcome him with a big hand.
안녕하세요. 예, 전진호입니다.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jin Hong Jeon. Nice to meet you all.
Let's talk about Motion Core, a motion artificial intelligence platform that provides real-time immune level survey. What sets humans apart from other animals, that is upright bipedal walking, is possible for a lifetime. Gorilla chimpanzees can just imitate upright bipedal motion, but the key is to keep it for a lifetime, forever. Interestingly, the reality of this human feature is directly related to quantum mechanics. There is a lot of public interest in quantum mechanics these days in South Korea. I prepared the short contents of lecture by popular physics professor, summarize his core messages. Standing still, this guard, in fact, is constantly moving. Micro tremors are observed when viewed under a microscope. When you look at a stationary object under a microscope, everything is shaking. All of you who still standing still to the speaking is vibrating. Everything in the world vibrates. The universe is oscillating. The characteristics of upright bipedal motion is continuous cycle. In other words, it's a locomotion. In order to create human erect bipedal locomotion, the four systems may play a major role. When observed with the camera and eyes only, it's a simple walk. But if you go deeper into mathematics, physics, and biology, human erect bipedal locomotion is not a simple motion, but oscillation. This is one obvious culprit that causes this oscillating, which is a human dynamic characteristic, then it is gravity. The use of terminology called human dynamic characteristics originated from aerospace medicine 60 years ago. Gravity is what differentiates human and animal dynamics. The effect of gravity on bodily function has been identified in aerospace medicine for decades. It was found that the microgravity effect on human body not only exhibits sarcopenia, but also shows similar to Parkinson's disease. It has even been shown to affect immune level. The idea that human dynamics can signal the real-time immune level fluctuations was conceived in my PhD. In order to hide this big business idea for real-time immune level extraction, it was disguised as a simple walk analysis. The core idea of this business is that body functions can reflect the level of immune function in real time, along with the ability to process gravity. For the past 30 years, researchers in North American and European aerospace medicine have analyzed immune cell responses during exposure to altered gravitational conditions. I realized real-time identification of immune function in aerospace medicine, which the general public and many medical doctors do not know well, so opens up tremendous business opportunities in healthcare field. In order to commercialize this idea, we went through a proof of concept phase. Our team unofficially analyzed 100,000 people's erect bipedal locomotion. As the official ILB, Institutional Review Board, was approved, 30,000 people aged from 18 years old to 89 years old, analyzed for 3 years from 2017. Normal group had no history of disease and no visit to any hospital. Our patients were with musculoskeletal, vestibular, cardiovascular, and nervous system diseases. The results were amazing. In the normal group, the actual normal, so to speak, top healthy ratio was only 8.9%. Even more surprisingly, 45% of those who were proud of the normal group were in the same state as the outpatient group. They did not go to hospital, but had the same oscillating features as the outpatients. What does this mean? The health and disease states of our bodies are superimposed like Schrödinger cat. So we need mathematics and real-time artificial intelligence for quantifying diseases. These are presentative papers that verify the human dynamics for normal people and Parkinson's disease using our system. Parkinson's disease was the focus and applied to patients with mental health problems. In addition, for our business purposes, it's the key to objectively verify the performance of real-time human dynamic analysis. The paper on the right was published in the journal Nature last month, May. This paper has been objectively acknowledged with the claim that the effectiveness of Parkinson's disease palliatives can be distinguished by our human dynamic characteristics. The significance of this paper is that drug effect can be predicted in real time. This is a company profile. Our core technology is ultra-precise oscillating characteristics extraction in real time. Since we built a mathematical model of human dynamics for health and disease states, it's possible to make a human dynamics avatar for individual users. Series A investment was received from the famous Pangyo Bio Fund and Ministry of Health and Welfare South Korea, who are also our company shareholders, including Korea Security Depository. This is our team composition. Medical certification has been obtained. Also, US FDA cert was obtained 2017. There are 13 SCI papers so far, and the news published in the Nature Parkinson Journal in May is the most recent fit. All registered patents are algorithms associated with the dynamic characteristics of human. Now, look at the paradoxical market problem. Despite the current high-tech era of landing on Mars, ironically, neither doctors, fitness coaches, nor anyone can present your own health measures in real time. Of course, if you rely on advanced medical equipment, you just pay long time and big money. However, the problem is that it is a follow-up treatment after an illness occurs. As already explained earlier, the human dynamic feature is that the nervous, musculoskeletal, vestibular, and cardiovascular system interact with gravity. One of the total parameters in the 11,400 parameters, the most common non-parameter is speed, but it's not the average speed you know. For example, the instantaneous speed of 50 oscillations per second is more accurate and important than the average speed. This kind of oscillating human feature that imply health and disease conditions are difficult to observe with cameras and eyes only. Our solution enables real-time extraction and constant monitoring of human dynamics that accurately indicate health and disease conditions. Our services consist of face-to-face and non-face-to-face, namely untagged. The face-to-face solution is when a customer visits a hospital or fitness centers to test health conditions. For example, fitness customers can receive almost medical level precision health checkup services. There are on-tech solution. There are two methods of non-face-to-face solution. The first is to take a motion picture of a person through a smartphone app. It is not simply to take a video, but to combine it with a mathematical model built as a face-to-face test connecting with our motion core AI. The second solution can also put the algorithm on the network CCD camera server. It is possible to monitor the health status of employees in the companies in real time. JS Human Dynamics AI generates your avatar by converting it into a mathematical model once you acquire your dynamics. The more often you are inspected, the more accurate your avatar will be. If you think of an avatar here, you might imagine a game character, but it is more accurate to say it as a real-time immune function data for real-time, for individual. Let's take two diseases as an example for disease risk prediction accuracy. For mild cognitive impairment and Parkinson's disease, our specialty, the predictive accuracy already marks 85% to more than 90%. If our human dynamics AI is provided as an API, it can also be used by insurance companies, government authorities, university labs, pharmaceutical and genomic analysis companies, etc. Above all, when the metaverse market grows in the near future, our human dynamics API can be used as a differentiated solution for game companies. This is the size of the AI healthcare market. The business model is a subscription fee and health signal solution sales revenue. As you know, based on our human dynamics AI, we have developed a camera API of the same precision level as the existing face-to-face test. We are currently developing a commercial app, and a snapshot I showed you earlier is a demo app. We are also planning blockchain app development for personal data transaction. Currently, the camera analysis app will be uploaded to the site where 60,000 medical doctors are subscribed. We will provide differentiated app functions by paying for the institution and individual subscription fees. The investment request amount is $5 million. Our vision, Angelina Jolie relied on the IRCD reports and finally removed her breast. Also, Medidata's digital clinical platform is a must-have item for pharmaceutical companies and university hospitals around the world. In this way, we would like to support individuals to trade your own real-time immune information that health and disease states are superimposed. In other words, Motion Core will take the lead in establishing a platform that allows you to trade your own health information and even disease risk information. Thank you.
Thank you very much, the CEO of JS, Jin Hong-jeon. It was a presentation given by CEO Jin Hong-jeon, CEO of JS, which provides motion balance analysis solution based on IoT data. So far, on the topic of a global business strategy in medical AI industry as session 6. So we have listened to the topic presentation, discussion, and company presentations. From now, we will have a recess for lunch and break. Then session 7 will continue from 1:30. So the online participants will also take a break for lunch, and then let's meet again in session 7 at 1:30. Thank you very much for your attention, and we'll see you back at session 7. May I have your attention, please? In a moment, session 7 will begin at 1:30. We'd like to thank all the guests for entering the venue. And also, simultaneous Korean and English interpretation will be provided for the event. Please note that Channel 1 is for Korean, Channel 2 is for English. And you can watch Korean English page as you want through the official website. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. So, did you all have a great rest? Hope you did. Now we will begin session 7 with a topic of a hospital-centered biomedical cluster and industry economy collaboration model. So please note that you can use Korean and English simultaneous interpretation service. And also channel 1 is for Korean, channel 2 is for English. And you can download company briefing material files through the official website. All right, then, first of all, we will have the topic presentation for session 7. We will have Nam Jong Park, MD, PhD, President, and CEO of Seoul National University Bundang Hospital on the stage, who will give a presentation with the topic of a hospital-centered biomedical cluster and industry academy collaboration model. So we have him on the stage. Please welcome him with a round of applause.
Thank you for coming. We are a total level 1,300 bed teaching and research hospital located in Bundang, about 40 minutes from COEX here, and a satellite city of Seoul. I'd like to introduce you to Seoul National University Bundang Hospital's hospital-led biomedical cluster and how we are successfully collaborating with industry and academia. These are the contents I'll be talking about today. Korea is one of the most rapidly aging society in the world. An unfortunate title, but an unexpected driver of innovation too. As our population grows old, we are rushing to find measures to counter pressure, and the answer is clear: biotechnology and healthcare. Biotechnology and healthcare industries are growing in both importance and size. So it is clear biotechnology and healthcare is one of the strongest driver of growth, but what does a hospital have to do with this? Hospitals lead the drug and medical device development process from bench to bedside. When hospital-led, you reduce trial and error. Various industries mesh and collaborate together with hospitals at the center. When hospitals-led, you build seamless and organic networks and have a higher chance of commercialization. An estimated 90% of new startups fail. If you are a biotech or healthcare startup, your chance of success is even slimmer. You are being funded by a venture capital. That doesn't guarantee success because 75% of venture-backed startups fail. Only 40% of startups actually turn a profit, and under 50% of business make it to their 5th year. A hospital is key to bridge the pitfalls that often trap young startups. If your idea is in biotechnology or healthcare, most likely a hospital will be your end user, or your end users will be found in hospitals. Hospitals know what ideas are marketable or practical and have the resources and facilities to support research process. Hospitals apply the technology in clinical setting, conducting the tests necessary for licensing and approval. This is probably the most risky and costly part of development. Hospitals have the expertise and the network to help startups navigate complex legal issues regarding IP, tech transfer, certification, and investment. Especially when it comes to investment, hospitals are the end users, so our verification is highly meaningful to investors. There are many successful global healthcare clusters, but the ones that stand out have something in common. They all have globally renowned hospitals. Case in point is Boston Medical Cluster, the biggest and most prolific healthcare cluster in the world. It is home to some of the biggest pharma and biotech companies that are taking advantages of the talent from Boston's prestigious universities and hospitals. Korea is working to build its own globally competitive healthcare cluster, taking cues from the Boston model. Healthcare Innovation Park, SNUBH's hospital-led healthcare cluster, is located in Bundang, home to 1,000 biotech companies and the biggest ICT cluster in Korea. It also has a prestigious university. We are proud to working with our many partners to nurturing one of the fastest growing healthcare cluster in Korea. Let me explain more about HIP. HIP is competitive in its location. It is a trailblazer pioneering some of the most innovative fields in healthcare. HIP is based on best practice model. From bench to bedside, HIP has something to offer throughout the development process. Lastly, HIP creates synergy with its abundant experience in working with business, institutions, academia, and governments. HIP's unique integrated infrastructure is the largest of its kind in Korea. It is Korea's first hospital-led convergence research cluster carrying out research and testing simultaneously. We have an excellent team of experts who are capable of supporting all stages of research, commercialization, and startups. As I mentioned, one of HIP's strengths is its location. There are many innovative companies in the area, and high-quality life attracts highly skilled and educated workforce. The local government is very supportive of HIP. There is plenty of room for growth. The main building of HIP houses 41 biohealthcare companies and the core lab. HIP includes Translational Research Institute, which is an animal lab equipped with ABSL Level 2 and 3 facilities and animal imaging devices. The hospital campus is connected to HIP through a tunnel, which greatly reduces the distance between the two campuses, making them physically more integrated. HIP has multiple research cores and support organizations for commercialization that invites open innovation. I'll talk about each one of them in the following slides. We have 210 wet benches unit open to hospital researchers as well as companies. We offer our spaces at an affordable rate and continue to grow our instrument and equipment. The Healthcare ICT Research Institute develops healthcare products and services utilizing ICT. SNUBH is a paperless smart hospital with PHL, HIE, mobile EMR, hospital information system, and a big data analysis platform. The Medical Device R&D Center offers one-to-one customized support to medical device companies. There are many small and mid-sized medical device companies in Korea, and we've received positive reviews for our tailored support. The Precision Medicine Center focuses on genomics and precision medicine, combining big data analytics, machine learning, and deep learning capabilities of the Healthcare ICTs and Healthcare Big Data Center. The centers aims to develop innovative technology that can be applied in an actual practice. The Healthcare Technology Licensing Center aims to facilitate development of demand-driven technology. We'll also find experts of various fields such as lawyers, patent attorney, and researchers to help provide the support you need regarding licensing, tech transfer, contract drafting, and etc. The usability test lab is multifunctional testing lab where companies can test out various products and services. The lab meets global standards, so companies can better equip themselves for possible safety-related issues and regulatory challenges, user feedback, and etc. Preclinical and clinical testing services can also be provided via the Translational Research Institute and our hospital. We are proactively working to incorporate new technology into healthcare. The mixed reality lab offers research to test out and experiment with MR, VR, and AR technology. Seoul National University is Korea's most prestigious university and world's top-ranking higher education body. It sets up the Department Medical Device and the Department Health Science and Technology. Students will have the opportunity to experience and observe on-site in HIP and SNUBH, making their education more relevant. HIP isn't just about creating a thriving healthcare cluster. It is about building a healthcare ecosystem that benefits all participants, starting from selecting the right ideas that has a real market and conducting all necessary researches from bench to bedside, and providing business support to inventors who do not know anything about startups. Some of the companies you see here have been growing steadily, but surely since they have been joined HIP, maybe one of them will be a unicorn one day, who knows? SNUBH has outstanding faculty who are genuinely interested in new cutting-edge technology that can help their patients. We have around 40 organically grown in-house advisory board group that companies can tap into. There are multidisciplinary research groups that offer ideas, feedback, and evaluate tech proposals and mentoring. There are educational resources as well. We all know that people are the greatest asset in biohealthcare. Skilled, highly educated, and certified personnel are essential. In a rapidly changing industry, continuous education is a must, and HIP provides various courses in research, business, and convergence. Lastly, HIP holds networking events inviting various organizations to provide opportunities to build new ties, share ideas, develop investment or collaborative opportunities. SNUBH is one of the Korea's top 5 hospitals, and it has a strong network in biotech, the academia, research, institution, and the government. HIP can actively draw SNUBH array of contacts. One of our proud achievements are the export of SNUBH Hospital Information System, the homegrown HIS used by SNUH and developed by a sister company that is current residents of HIP, was implemented in other university hospitals in Korea and also overseas in countries like Saudi Arabia, USA, and UAE. SNUBH spun off Health Connect, a healthcare IT company that specializes in various hospitals and healthcare solutions. We have continued to cooperate with many government agencies that are looking for ways to foster the biomedical healthcare industry. And in a relative short period of time, we have worked with hundreds of companies on hundreds of cases, providing our sharp insight as an end user providing care to the patient. With our local government, we've asked us to meet and mentor small medical devices company looking to their technology validated by healthcare organizations. The companies we've assisted went on to successfully raising funds and their overall profile in the market. With the national government, we collaborated in building a vibrant platform and strong infrastructure to raise the global competitiveness of Korea biotech industry. This is in line with our effort to build a thriving ecosystem for biotech, and also as an end user, hospitals try to play a vital role. These are the project highlights and achievement in national government level. Okay, and the Doctor Answer is the major project launched by the Korean government to develop Korea's homegrown AI medical solution. This is a multi-million-dollar project involving dozens of medical centers. As the front-runner of healthcare ICT in Korea and the world, we are leading this huge endeavor. Our resident companies are already showing signs of commercially success with 5 companies listing on Kosdaq and 1 company to list on Nasdaq. Some have successfully attracted sizable investment. I have reached the final slide. So I have explained the benefits of a hospital-led healthcare cluster and covered what we are doing in HIP and shared some of our outcomes thus far. The hospital can act as a buffer, reducing some of the risks when developing and commercializing technology. Also, hospitals have some role to play in all stages of tech development from bench to bedside. They also have strong and established networks with various organizations. They are the end user of technology, so they can definitely help reduce trial and error, making it mutually beneficial. But the road to building a vibrant ecosystem for biohealthcare industry is in progress. Despite the benefit, we still do not have enough support to further develop this model to its full potential. For those of you who are learning of HIP today, please feel free to contact us as we are open to cooperation. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much. Thank you, President Nam Jong-baek, for your presentation. And he has given the presentation on the topic of session 7, like benefits of industry academy collaboration. Right then, let's move on to the next sequence, which is a discussion session. So I'd like to invite our debaters, Nam Jong-baek, PhD, MD President and CEO of Seoul National University Bundang Hospital, again on the stage, and also Kyung-won Kim, DDS, PhD, Director of Education and Research Institute, OSTEM Implant. So we have 2 panelists on the stage now. When you're ready, please proceed with the discussion.
Hello, everyone. Let me begin the session 7 discussion. Today's topic is biomedical cluster and industry cooperation model focusing on hospitals. My name is Nam Jong-baek at Bundang Seoul National University Hospital, and who we have right here on the stage is Kyung-won Kim at OSTEM Implant. He is leading the education and training department. What was your take on my presentation?
Thank you for your informative presentation. I myself is a dentist, and I have been working for a university for 23 years, and now currently am working at Ostem Implant, a medical manufacturing company. And when I listened to your presentation, what I felt is that I myself do know Seoul National University Bundang Hospital because I do have my friends working there, and there are some faculty or workers that I worked with in collaboration. And my father once got cancer treatment at your hospital. So when I listened to your presentation, the Seoul National University Bundang Hospital's location itself and the research center, about the information about the research center and the HIP Healthcare Innovation Park, among other information that I myself actually saw and listened to the actual cases and the extent and scope of the research I hadn't know. So when I listened to the information, I was really impressed. And when I saw the presentation, I myself went to Houston in the United States about 2 decades ago, and there was a University of Texas, Houston Medical Health Center. When I saw the healthcare's landscape, I myself also had some interest in that field. So I wish that scope could be further extended thanks to Seoul National University's Bundang Hospital. So thank you for your presentation. Thank you.
Yes, and also if you have any other questions, please let me know.
And when I saw your presentation, there was something about big data. So nowadays, artificial intelligence in many fields are developing, and big data is gaining a lot of attention, and it is gaining a lot of importance. And like you said, currently you're working on collecting data for big data, and for other companies or entities or other health science companies, if you would share this information with other companies or entities, would you share the process?
So, when it comes to medical precision, I think many people mention big data. There is lifelog data, and for example, the how many steps you take. You can measure the steps, the number of steps, by wearing a device on your wrist, like a watch. And also, there's medical records in the hospital. That's called EMR, medical electronic medical records. And there's also gene data. And most of the times when it comes to data collection for EMR, electronic medical records, it's a post record. So it's not like there is a separate method for that. You have to seek for a user's consensus before you kept the record. And by doing that, and afterwards, you will analyze the electronic records. And in order for this data to be fed into machine learning or AI, you need data extraction first. And because the data is not structured, you have to refine the data, and then it has to go through a non-identification process, and then based on IRP's committee, you have to go through their approval. And in the case of big data, there's another separate flow that you have to take. And after that, you'll be able to use the data for research.
So while listening to your answer, when you take a look at the S company, Samsung's smartwatch, there is health check. And as far as I'm concerned, the Pundang Seoul National Hospital works on EMR, and as far as I know, it is the first hospital to adopt that technology. So thanks to that, you can gain a lot of information, and you can help other fields with that technology and data. And like you said, you're currently working on a collaboration, and when you gain from this, so probably when it comes to patent or intellectual property, those issues may occur. And how does it work?
Yes, for patent or IP, we jointly hold the right. And also, when it comes to the sharing of the portion and share, Depending on the contribution level of each participant, we'll make a decision. So for patent, we do a joint application, and for the revenue or the ratio sharing, unless there's a separate contract or agreement, revenue sharing will also reflect that ratio sharing of the patient. And for the patent application, registration, and all the costs for those process will be divided according to the ratio, the original ratio as well.
Thank you. And here is another question. As you said, you mentioned biobank as well, and I myself, being a dentist, I sometimes deliver some lectures about implant. And about 2 decades ago, usually there was like skeleton bone implantation, but nowadays, recently they implanted Culbus. But about 10 years ago, for dentistry, usually we used chemical materials, or you should extract bone from your jaw. And many patients kind of do not like being like using their own bones and implanting it, like when having to transfer their bone from their own body, so they do have fear for that, and we need additional surgery. And because of that, there is some complicated like diseases, or there may be some side effects. And so nowadays we're using some biotissues, so instead of bones. So when it comes to biobanks, organ tissues, using tissues is really important, and there are some limitations. So, like you said, when it comes to bodies, human bodies, biobank, and its usability and openness, to what extent is possible, do you think?
Pundak Seoul National University started the Human Resource Utilization Center since 2013 after getting the consensus from patients so that they can voluntarily donate their bodily tissues or blood, and they provide those humanly objects to for research purposes. And I would say Pundong National Seoul National University has public percentage of 90%. This is much higher than other university hospitals. So, furthermore, without going through inpatient products, we are now trying to develop a system where we do not rely on inpatients or internal people. The reason why we have a higher share or ratio is because user consensus or agreement during the total life cycle of the management, the center involves very heavily and actively so that it is not a personal professional professor's depository, but it becomes a joint depository so that public usage is easy. And we're going to continue to develop it.
So, from my perspective, I am looking forward to seeing the growth of this biohealth industry, and it is keep advancing. And for additional surgery for patients, I personally use bone transfer often, but tissues or biotransfer, for that part, your field is really important. And as you said, for public good, if we work this, and that would be of a lot of help. So I am looking forward to seeing that to happen. And also, I am currently working for a company. So you also mentioned some relationship with other companies. And my company, we do have a lot of researchers, and for researchers, they do know basic science or engineering. However, when it comes to knowledge and patients, for biomedical fields, like you said, uh, HIP facility should be used, or you said there are a lot of training programs. And in that terms, if our workers could get educated, or what is the training process?
Well, when you are going to do a joint research with professors in the center or in university. Hospital, we do web-based so that they can work on it together. But depending on the law and the regulations, there is a management process for the joint space. For example, there is a safe lab management act, and according to the act, we control the access of different personnels. We have to make sure that it is under the subscription of a specific insurance. And once you go through the paperwork, people have access to the joint lab. There are education and training programs. You can also participate in those as well.
Thank you. And about the last part of your presentation, there's the answer. Recently, AI oriented doctors or doctor answer. I would like to ask you to tell some details about it.
Yes, for it's a funding from the it's a program that has a funding from the government, and major large scale university hospitals gather together, and they develop AI, artificial intelligence, per organ. So each hospital will focus on each organ, and then related to such organ, AI programs are developed so that they can be used for diagnosis and treatment. They write up the program, and then once it is completed, then it is open and disclosed, and then medical services via AI is offered to the public, and I have high expectation.
As you said about AI, and nowadays augmented reality, among other AI technologies, are gaining a lot of attention. And nowadays, robotics, therapy, and other things are gaining a lot of attention. But nowadays, using robots to treat people, there are a lot of limitations. And nowadays, we make use of a lot of digital technologies, and we do work on guidance surgery, but I wouldn't say that as a navigated surgery. But when we do implants, we implant bones. So we collect data about city bones, and we use virtual technology, and we produce guiding devices. But as like you mentioned, the wearable devices and AIs, what are your thoughts about those fields?
Um, all surgeries are getting and being applied with VR more and more, and not just the endoscopic surgery. It is now going through a trend towards a robotic surgery, and in order for us to provide necessary training, VR, AR are vital. They are critical. As a result, all hospitals are operating simulation centers and similar kinds so that you can properly educate students and also professionals with a relatively shorter experience. That is a trend that I am witnessing.
And lastly, this is a topic that you covered, hospital, medical centers, biomedical cluster. And I briefly talked about this in the early part of my question, as I went to Boston Emory and Massachusetts Hospital as a tour, and when I took a look at those landscape, I was kind of personally envying them, and fundraising was really very live. So, could you share any visions about that field?
For academia, in the academic field, professors are now interested in starting businesses, and they want to apply their skills and technologies to real life practices. And as I mentioned earlier during my presentation, when you develop a new technology, it's very likely that your end users are going to be hospitals. As a result, it's better for you to start partnership even from the earlier stage in order to increase efficiency while reducing errors. And by doing that, you can also come up with a better product. So usually what they do is they already make products and then come to hospitals and can use these products in the hospital. But if you take that route for a physician's perspective or end user's perspective, it's either too little of a market size or utilization is not so great. So I think it's better from the beginning they start collaboration to come up with a better product. So if you think about clusters that are located in foreign countries, these clusters are formed concentrating on hospitals.
Since we're behind the time schedule, but one thing that I would like to stress is that, as many of you may know, dental implant technology has been localized really well. So, for example, for my company, in terms of market share, we're almost ranked at top 3 or 4. Of course, we used to be a late follower, and I myself, before the 1997 Asian financial crisis, and I used to use im imported implants, for example, made in USA or made in UAE. But nowadays, there are a lot of Korean made in Korea implants. But compared to other fields in terms of medical industry, we are supplying it by our own in Korea from Korea. But for bio tissues or others, there are some areas where we still use a lot of imported goods. And like you said, Doctor, in the future, if Korea wanted to make another leap towards the future, probably you will take a very pivotal role. So I would like to urge you to put efforts. So how about you sharing your last words, sharing your vision?
I think we definitely need help from many different organizations and areas. Pundang is an ITC a cluster and it has its own characteristics as a city. And there are many biomedical and technological companies. And the academy, the hospital can take this leadership and then create models that you can find in other countries so that we can grow this into the future engine of Korea, and we would like to play a very pivotal role in that journey. So, not just focusing on doing clinic and seeing patients, we would like to take the leadership in this and by forming a cluster that is efficient and helpful. So, I would like to ask everyone to stay interested and tuned. And yeah, that's everything. Thank you.
Thank
Thank you
you.
very much. One more big round of applause to them. Once again, thank you all panelists for their in-depth discussion on hospital-centered biomedical cluster and industry academy collaboration model, and also how to develop this industry academy collaboration model. It was very interesting to hear about the technologies that have been developed so far, such as Dr. Answer. Right, then let's move on to the company presentations. So first of all, we will now have a company presentations by Young-woo Kim, PhD, CEO, Proxy Healthcare. Now we have him on the stage. Please welcome him with a big hand.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Young-woo Kim. I'm a CEO of the Proxy Healthcare. And today I'm going to present about our business, which is focused on the electrical management for dental healthcare. We are starting with the dental healthcare business, but we are trying to expand to the industrial area, for instance, like ocean and automotive problems. So let me introduce myself. I have started my academic career from the Ulsan Medical School in South Korea, and I changed my major to the electrical engineer, and I received my PhD from the University of Maryland, College Park, and I had some industry experience in the IT and the biomedical company. And I have initiated my company about 2 years ago, and we are located in Seoul, and we have filed several patents, including the international. And our team is built up originally from the Samsung electromechanics, and all the CTO and CPO and CEOs are from the Samsung, and we are specialized for the commercialization from our original research result. So we are trying to tackle the biofilm issue. Maybe some of you may not be familiar, but biofilms are different from the individual bacteria. And bacteria can attach on the surface, and they can secrete extra cellular matrix, which can prevent from the antibiotics and external treatment. So it requires more than thousands concentration of the antibiotics for infection treatment, as well as severe chemical and physical brushing for the biofilm removal. And these cause many hygiene and the infection problem, including the hospital and the environment area. And our technology is focused on the electrical properties of the biofilm. So actually, this was my PhD research at the University of Maryland College Park at the United States. And we are focused on the how they are comprised in terms of electrical properties. So we have observed in details of structure, and we identified, okay, the biofilms are comprised of so many polarized material. So what if we apply some external electric field so that we can prevent or inhibit or their metabolic reaction, and so at the end we could take off from the surface, so that we don't have to use such a high or severe chemical or physical stimulations. So we applied a special electromagnetic wave, which is we call the TROMAT, that stands for electromagnetic art, which is comprised of both direct and alternating current to amplify the efficacy of the electromagnetic treatment. So this research is initiated from about 12 years ago, and we have published so many research articles. So in this slide, you can see the left one is the control, the green stained materials stands for the biofilm. And then the next one is, you can see that when we apply the electromagnetic field, and you can see the dramatic reduction of the biofilm. And also, still this research is continuing in my former institution, and they also developed a biomedical product, which is focused on the urinary tract infection from the biofilm. So we take this technology and we open this company, and we are aiming to commercialize several biofilm relevant problem. So we started from the toothbrush. So what's the problem in the toothbrush is we are trying to integrate our technology on the brush side. The advantage is this electromagnetic wave can propagate and efficient from the edge of the brush, and we can expand it about 1 inch, 2 centimeter, so that customer doesn't have to change their pattern or behavior of the brushing. So because of this expansion, the interdental area can be easily, cleaned due to this technology, and we already commercialized it actually, sales on the market. And we did a clinical trial with the help from the Ulsan University Hospital, and this was performed by the Professor Ji-hyun Lee and Department of Dentistry. And we compare to without our technology, how much the gingival index, for instance, inflammation in the gum can be improved, or interdental area plaque can be removed more efficiently. You can see after only use 2 weeks later, the dramatic reduction and improvement of inflammation has been demonstrated. And you can see here, you can see in the edge between the gum and the teeth, you can see dramatic cleaning compared to the no trauma technology applied toothbrush. So we have launched this product in the last year, October, and we have sales more than 10,000 pieces in only South Korea. And we already get the approval from the United States and Europe and Japan and Korea. And also like we are perfectly okay for the waterproof. And so actually next week we are about to launch this product on the Amazon, and we are initiating our global expansion. Also, the next product is continuing, upcoming, which is more like fancy and the easy to use and wireless rechargeable system. And also our final target is we try to make a mouse piece types of device so that if anyone has a chronic disease who has a severe symptom of their gum health, or like enable people, they can use this device for their gum health or the oral health care. Yeah, also we are continue to expand our technology to the other area. For instance, like skin cleaning, we already collaborate with LG Electronics, and we have a license for our IP. Also, we also expand our technology for the vessel problem. For instance, like there are so many like biofilm on the surface. It requires the water contamination and also like environmental issue. Also, we are trying to utilize our technology for the ventilation system. For instance, like for automotive. And we did some preliminary testing, and it demonstrates about 86% reduction, only 1 hour application. So we have initiated our technology from the dental healthcare part, but we are continue to expand our technology in the life health and medical device and industry system. And also we have a roadmap for the IPO as well as the global expansion. And so like our technology is demonstrated currently in the dental health care area, but based upon this original technology, we try to expand the industry and the healthcare system. And we are welcome to collaborate any medical institution and university and the company. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we had a presentation from Young-woo Kim, the CEO of Proxy Healthcare. Thank you very much. You may step down from the stage. Let's move on to the next company presentation. So there will be a presentation by Young-jun Jang, founder and CEO of BioKorea. So he's on the stage now. Please welcome him with a big hand.
Hello, my name is Youngjun Chang, and I am a founder and CEO of BioKorea, a startup developing a first-in-class medical robotic platform for both diagnostics and treatment. So it is my great honor to introduce BioKorea to the foremost medical experts present here. So our company was established in 2017 with the goal of creating a first-in-class medical robotics platform that would bring about positive changes in the lives both the patients and clinicians. So we currently have 3 GMP class facilities in Gwangju and Seoul. Along with our brilliant researchers, we have been collaborating with many renowned medical doctors in various hospitals to develop our platform. So currently we are fundraising Series A round, reaching out to the various investors, including those who participated in our initial seed funding. So we currently have 2 medical robotics platforms for diagnostics and treatment. I'd like to first introduce our stem cell navigator. So today's most cell therapy procedures are administered via either a simple injection or an implant surgery that uses adhesive like fibrin glue. So although with its advantages of minimally invasive, transmission rate of simple injection is as low as 1%. As such, its efficacy varies between patients. So in an implant surgery, fixation of therapeutic materials is possible, but its application is limited in cases other than open cavities. So if we want to expand the use of cell therapy, we need to come up with a minimally invasive but physical method that can deliver and fixate the therapeutic agent to the desired lesion site, which differs between patients. So Bios stem cell navigator guides externally an injectable magnetic therapeutic delivery agent to various affected areas in the body via the electromagnetic actuation. So after guided treatment, the patient is asked to put on a wearable device that will aid the fixation of therapeutic agents. And the medical device platform we developed is minimally invasive and has a targeted therapeutic effect. So now I will explain the details behind our technology. So we possess two technologies for the manufacture of micro-robots that can deliver various types of therapeutic materials. PLGA scaffold has porosity to be able to load cell therapeutics such as BMAC or adipose stem cell and umbilical cord blood stem cell. And we also have the technology to manufacture hyaluronic acid-based microscaffold for the delivery of therapeutic materials that aid recovery. And our company is currently manufacturing samples for the GLP procedure at our ISO Class 7 clean room facility. The external actuation device that guides micro-robots has completed efficacy evaluation by an animal testing device, going through an evaluation to be certified to be used in a human body. As you can see in this video, the EMA device enables precise guidance of the micro-robots to the area affected with osteoarthritis. We also verified the engagement via the wearable device in an animal biopsy model. And we confirmed that our scaffolds do not have negative effect on cell loading and multiplication, and that all three cell types successfully differentiated into cartilage in cells in vitro. Also, the microscaffolds injected into the animals were metabolized successfully in the body and then discharged. There was no inflammatory gene expression found during in vivo experiment, thus proving its safety. According to the results of the animal studies, the stem cell navigator showed the best regeneration effect as demonstrated in the relevant osteoarthritis defect model. Throughout 3 weeks, animal defect model treated with stem cell navigator model showed 50% higher treatment efficacy than model treated with stem cell just only injection. So BioKorea published the studies in the Science Robotics Journal in January 2020. So the stem cell navigator achieves consistent treatment effects by targeting the therapeutic materials to affected areas, which are different by patient, via an injective procedure as opposed to a surgical procedure. Also, it is a minimally invasive procedure. We plan to leverage this innovative procedure to expand the market for cell therapy and increase the number of patients receiving such therapies. In the osteoarthritis market, patients in the terminal stage, according to the KNL grade, are the most frequent recipients of cell therapy. Early to mid-stage osteoarthritis patients receive physical therapy and painkillers that cannot limit disease progression. Stem Cell Navigator aspires to become a dominant player in the market by providing a minimally invasive and effective regenerative cell therapy to early to mid-stage patients. BioKorea is working together with domestic pharmaceutical companies to make the initial market entry by targeting multiple general hospitals and hospitals specialized for joint treatment. The size of osteoarthritis patients domestically is approximately 5 million, and our company expects to see profits in the second year following clinical trials. The Stem Cell Navigator embodies a convergence of technologies. It combines technologies spanning material, tissue, and mechanical engineering. And products that apply either one of technologies exist currently. However, BioKorea is the only company that is developing a platform that fuses those technologies all together. And our company's technology that delivers cell therapy with a minimally invasive method is a platform technology. So it can be applied to not only osteoarthritis, but the nervous system as well. Our company is working with research institutions in Korea to develop relevant source technology. And then I would like to explain the wholly automated platform for molecular diagnosis that our company is currently developing with a research institution. And throughout the history, respiratory pandemic virus occurs, and it becomes more frequent as globalization is becoming more paradigm. 4 pandemics has been occurred in the last 2 decades, and we are living in the era of COVID-19 pandemic and its future variants. In order to sustain economic growth, we need to redefine the current way of molecular diagnostics. The existing molecular diagnostic industry is not capable of stopping the spread of pandemic, nor conducting testing and trace of large population. The preparation phase and the PCR diagnostic phase for the molecular diagnostic are automated. Meanwhile, the initial phase of sample collection is still conducted manually by medical personnel. This manual nature of the initial phase has created a huge obstacle in our effort to overcome the pandemic, as it exhausted the physical strength of our medical personnel and increased the time it takes for the molecular diagnostics. The specimen collection robot that we are developing is aimed at lessening the workload of medical personnel and creating a more effective epidemic prevention system. The robot allows a medical profession to operate remotely a slave device to collect specimen. The system we are developing is equipped with a video display and a pressure sensor. The pressure sensor notifies the medical professional controlling the slave device if too much pressure is given to the person being tested. Consumable items such as tube connectors are developed to automate specimen collection process, providing extra sales opportunity for Biot after the sales of robotic system itself. We are continually upgrading our system to allow for a wholly automated specimen collection. We designed the system so that the swab and tube could be easily placed. A video-based artificial intelligence technology would automatically identify the nasal cavities and collect specimen accordingly. Lastly, the part where the swab is placed in a tube and the tube is sealed would be automated as well, thus minimizing the chances of medical personnel being exposed to highly contagious specimen. Our company verified the non-inferiority of our robust specimen collection capability against a medical profession's manual sample collection in a non-clinical environment. We applied pathogenic bacteria on a face model, then had a human and a robot collect specimen from the face model and measure the detection density in the molecular diagnostics device in the same environment. Same measurements were shown, and we confirmed the efficacy of our robust specimen collection. Right now, our medical personnel experiences high levels of fatigue due to always having to wear protective gears on the job and manning the collection sites. Our company expects to minimize their fatigue levels with our specimen collection robot. Also, authorities in charge of epidemic prevention can dispatch those specimen collection robots to where there is huge demand for specimen collection, and these robots will shorten the diagnostic time. During the pandemics, the molecular diagnostic specimen collection limits were brought to light. Some companies have developed specimen collection robots. The Taiwanese company wanted suite product development, so used an existing commercial robotic arm to build a remotely controlled specimen collection system. However, such system cost over $80,000, and thus mass supply and distribution of these systems to where they are needed is difficult. The Singaporean company's robotic systems aids self-collection of specimen. It is capable of doing only one DOF motion, and it also lacks conformity as well. Our company's specimen collection robot is capable of doing 6 DOF motion. It is the only medical robotic system that has a lightweight and price competitiveness. It will allow medical personnel who would otherwise be manning collection sites to return to where patients and focus on treating them. This robotic system will minimize the required medical infrastructure in a future pandemic situation too. And also, our company is working with the Korean Institute of Machinery and Materials to develop wholly automated system that can carry out every step from specimen collection to molecular diagnostics. Right now, the too many medical personnel are tasked with collecting specimens from thousands of people. With a wholly automated specimen collection system, we can maximize the amount of collection and make it possible to run diagnostics for 1,000 individuals over 2 PCR tests with a pooling-based PCR device. If we have a specimen collection robot and a miniaturized POCT PCR device combined into an integrated system, we will be able to send the integrated system to remote places if need be, conduct molecular diagnostics swiftly, and quarantine symptomatic individuals accordingly. And our company has attained patents for the relevant source technologies through technology transfer from leading research organizations in relevant fields and is commercializing those technologies. For a stronger intellectual property rights protections, we've been working with a patent attorney's office to file our own patent applications too. And our company has received research grants from various institutions and have been commercializing relevant technologies. So far, we have received approximately over 20 billion Korean won in grants and have been conducting research and development in a systematic manner. And lastly, our company is currently seeking to expand our capital as a startup. We are currently fundraising for Series A round and would welcome any inquiries from interested investors. So our booth is located in the third floor, K29. So yeah, feel free to visit us, and if you have any questions, please let us know. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It was a presentation by Youngjun Jang, CEO of BioKorea, which takes patients' treatments to the next level by converging biology and engineering. Right, then let's move on to the next company presentation. So I'd like to invite Kono Kim on the stage, the CEO of Resense Medical. So please welcome him at a big hand.
Hello, I'm Kono Kim from Resense Medical. We are providing transforming medical cooling solution, which based on a very precise cooling technology, various cooling technologies. So this technology, the cooling solution has not been very well explored in medical sector, and we are using this solution for various application. So our primary product, cooling anesthesia, which I will introduce further very soon, has been tested, intensively tested with more than 100 US patients at very respectable, prestigious US hospitals. The total number of applications has been over 500, and we have not seen any adverse event. And the clinical outcome has been very great. More than a majority of patients has been satisfied with our cooling anesthesia, over standard of care. And not only satisfying a patient, improving patient experience, our cooling anesthesia also dramatically reduced the treatment time by reducing the anesthesia onset time. And our company has raised more than 20 million US dollar, total funding. And not only cooling anesthesia, we've identified various indications which could be treated by precision cooling, including atopic dermatitis, seborrheic dermatitis, eczema, lichen simplex chronicus. So many the indications we have identified, which already some published by others, but the precision cooling condition, quantitative cooling condition has not been have not been identified, and we are identifying them. And this cooling is not, as I said, very well explored. So we are filing a lot of patents, more than 50 issued or pending patents so far. So our company was founded in 2016, and we are actually located in Ulsan, the first tips company in Ulsan, and the first UTech Valley, Kibo UTech Valley company in Korea. And we are now we have multiple pipelines, including ocular anesthesia, as I said, and we have completed phase 1, phase 2 trial. And now, we are doing a pivotal phase 3 trial at 8 US hospitals. So, I am CEO of the company. My background is heat transfer and the cell cooling and the thermal cooling. And we have not only R&D facility, R&D expertise, but also a regulatory and the quality control assurance expertise in-house full-time. And our major product is being intensively tested in the USA, and we have very great clinical advisory board in the USA, and they are very recognized like a top recruiter in the USA. And we have also a dermatologist, not only in the USA, also Korea. So let me introduce more deeply, a detail, what is our primary product, ocular cooling anesthesia, which provides a painless IVT, intravitreal injection in 1 minute. And what is the intravitreal injection? So because of aging population and the increasing number of diabetic patients, the vision-threatening diseases, for example, the representative vision-threatening diseases are age-related macular degeneration and the diabetic retinopathy. The number of patients having this disease is increasing dramatically. And the standard of care for such diseases is intravitreal injection, which is nothing but monthly injections directly into the eye. And since the early 2000s, when these drugs for these diseases was firstly introduced, the number of IVTs has dramatically increased. The problem is the number of doctors cannot catch these rapidly increasing IVTs. And depending on the size of hospital, a daily IVT number can range from 30 to 100, and it is not an occasional event. More than half of weekdays is done for this intravitreal injection. So this intravitreal injection represents a very significant portion of hospital revenue. So making this IVT procedure time efficient provides a lot some unique business opportunity in retinal disease market. So looking at what is how this procedure can occur. So when retinal specialists visit patient and they decide to do IVT, then the first thing they need to do is the anesthesia, because the eye is such a sensitive organism in our body, and this is very painful and fearsome psychologically. So anesthesia must be performed both for patient satisfaction, also safety purpose. But the problem is the oral anesthesia currently is given by pharmacology anesthetic, and this eye ocular surface takes typically 5 to 10 minutes to get onset of anesthesia. And during that time, a doctor does other job, visiting other patient and doing other their task. And the second visit, waiting for 5-10 minutes. Then second visit, they do a major treatment procedure IVT. So as you can see in this time chart, the anesthesia takes the most, the biggest time portion of this whole treatment. So this is the key issue, to make this procedure efficient, time efficient. So the pharmacology anesthetic could be delivered in various ways. The most familiar way to most Korean is the topical pilocarpine. But that is not very efficient, effective compared with the other lidocaine-based anesthesia. So, for example, subconjugated lidocaine or pledged lidocaine or lidocaine gel. And you see the number below just the method of anesthesia. So the 34% of retinal specialists is using a subconjugated lidocaine, because this reduces the pain mostly. So the least amount of pain a patient can get from subconjunctival lidocaine. So the portion of doctor using a less painful anesthesia method is increasing because the patient demanded. So the hospital wants to have a more time efficient way of anesthesia, but some patient demand a less painful way. So recent medical aims at both patient comfort and the time efficient method of anesthesia. So to do that, we developed the physical anesthesia method rather than using a pharmacologic agent. We use a precision cooling and precise cool eyes or ocular surface to the temperature of anesthesia, which blocks the nerve transmission, signal transmission, and it takes just 10 seconds, which is now clinically proven. And because this is a very immediate, instantaneous onset of anesthesia, doctor doesn't need to leave patient alone. They can do both anesthesia and the injection during a single visit, making whole process a 1 minute procedure. So this, we incorporate, so we realize this concept of a technology in a very handheld, and battery powered, and rapid process, simple operation of this handheld device. And this is something ocular cooling anesthesia has never been approved reviewed by FDA. So this is first of kind ocular cooling anesthesia. And we are now doing the regulatory procedure, confirmed by FDA, de novo. And the device does not have any external power, battery power. So a single charge can take an entire whole clinical day. And yeah, so we have not only some prototype, but also we have some prepared actual product, which is mass manufacturable. So with this product, we have discussed with the FDA intensively for the last 3 years. And before phase 1 and phase 2 trial, we met FDA, did a pre-submitting with the FDA. And we agreed with a certain clinical design, the phase 1 trial essentially the measures the safety of the device, technology. And the phase 2 trial, we tested the long-term safety of this technology because the IVT is given monthly. So every month they get injections. So we did monthly the long-term safety. Also we measure BOS score, what is the pain score, the efficacy of cooling anesthesia, and also other safety measures intraocular pressure and etc. So the summary of these phase 1 phase trial is the big size some clinical trial over 100 patients and over 500 cooling applications that has been performed, and we saw a very we have not seen any safety concern, no adverse event, and the pain score which represent the efficacy of anesthesia has been found to be very good. And most interestingly, the older patient, a majority of patients participated in this trial, phase 1, phase 2 trial, they prefer cooling anesthesia over their standard of care method or method of anesthesia. So we actually used the question, which anesthesia would you prefer for the next injection, and 82% prefer cooling. And this is the testimonial, some finishing the long-term safety trial, 12 repetition over 2.5 years, and they just said this needs to be made available to everyone as soon as possible. Needs to be made available to clinic as soon as possible. So work hard to commercialize it. So we are getting a very good some patient, some experience, and the doctor and nurses.
All right, so my question for you is...
So because of lack of time, I just missed it, some skip it. So this is actual, the clinical trial, how to use the device. So this is actual device, a cooling eye surface. So you just see antiseptic agent, which is povidone iodine. So that is the device, and which cools the ocular surface for about 10 seconds, precise cooling. So there is no concern about the frostbite, for example. So you see a little mark there, and that is povidone iodine, antiseptic. and then you see like a mark of anesthesia and the injection, like an intravitreal injection could be performed. And then you see like there is no reaction. So like they don't feel, like a patient didn't feel like injection pain, most of the patient. So we have had got like a great clinical like a result, and doing our pivotal trial, like a phase 3 trial with very respectable 10 U.S. hospitals, for example, Wyss Eye Hospital is the oldest U.S. Ophthalmic hospital. So that is our major product, and I want to expand. Do I have time? A little. So I want to expand that the cooling is not like used like not only for anesthesia, but like some many publication like literature data suggests like this could be very useful for inflammation treatment and also autoimmune diseases, like for example atopic dermatitis and alopecia areata. And the problem is like the cooling technology. There has not been very practical cooling technology which can address like the clinical demand. So like a laser and the RF, that is a very precision like a heating method. But if you look at the like precision, like a cooling method, like there has not been many. So we are doing like that, exploring that unmet area, like unmet needs, and this is another like some pipeline, like which some rather than like some ocular cooling anesthesia that is a preset temperature, but this is the platform technology which the user can control like a temperature anywhere between minus 50 Celsius and positive 5 Celsius. You see that how this is like very precise. The bottom temperature is a skin temperature, the target temperature, and the real temperature. You see the top one, 0 Celsius setting, and the 30-second, and very fast and very precise like a temperature control. And by doing that, like we have been able to identify the cooling condition which can reduce the, like for example here, atopic dermatitis biomarker. Interestingly enough, interleukin-4, 13, which is the Dupixent target, were found to be reduced dramatically with certain like cooling conditions. So precision cooling is very required to reduce the inflammation. So this is other like examples of like with our cooling technology. So atopic dermatitis, you can see left before and after, and the hair loss, like alopecia areata also. This is autoimmune disease. So cooling, like we can do that. Eczema also, and we are identifying many like some quantitative cooling conditions for some various diseases. So thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much. CEO Kono Kim gave us a presentation on Resense Medical. So far, we have had a session 7, including topic presentation and discussion and company presentations under the theme of hospital-centered biomedical cluster and industry academy collaboration model. So far, we have had a very fruitful time with us together. We will now finish the BioKorea INVEST Fair 2021, which has been held for a total of 3 days from June 9th to today. The BioKorea INVEST Fair 2021 can be watched again through the official website until June 21st. I think the 3-day event could end successfully thanks to your enthusiastic supports and many participants who have been joining this event online and on-site. So we look forward to the bright future and development of the biohealth industry in the future. Once again, we'd like to deliver our sincere gratitude to all those who attended the BioKorea INVEST Fair 2021 out of your busy schedules, as well as the participants who are not able to participate in the site but joined us online. So thank you very much. We'll see you next year.